He is, in fact, the best player in college football. Mark Rogers TV, the voice of college football, taking your calls tonight on a Tuesday night Heisman Trophy presentation night from New York City and Zoom calls everywhere. Great to have everyone in here. My apologies for being a little bit late. Hopefully you got my message in the live chat letting everyone know a couple minutes after 8 that I would be a few minutes tardy. But here I am, and here we are to talk college football just 6 nights away from the national championship game, or what we hope will be the national championship game. Many rumors circulating out there and many reports online concerning the health of the Ohio State Buckeyes. So we're here to talk college football with you. Again, the Heisman Trophy presented to the best player in college football, and I believe the voters did get it right. DeVonta Smith has been remarkable, exceptional, just refined in his route running, catching of the football, playmaking abilities. He's a class act. He's been a tremendous player. And actually, if you look at the entirety of the career and how it started and all the productive plays that he turned in as a freshman, culminated with, not many can say this. Kelvin Benjamin, you're out there as well, 2013, but very few players in the history of college football, a touchdown reception to win a national championship. How many players can say that? And he's only gotten better from there. And this season has been scintillating and spectacular from DeVonta Smith. And so Alabama's played 12 games. They would typically at this point in the season have 14 games played. They are currently at 12-0. So they did miss 2 games during the regular season. So do some kind of prorated math there to determine what DeVonta Smith's numbers would be had Alabama not missed those 2 regular season games. Also keep in mind that they played 10 SEC games instead of the customary 8, with some Group of 5 and FCS matchups in there as well. Mark Rogers TV, the voice of college football, who's on the line?
Hey, Mr. Mark Rogers, it's Ballard. How about DeVonta Smith tonight, man?
Yes, it is well-deserved. I am looking forward to seeing the vote totals. I'm always curious in looking at the vote totals for the Heisman Trophy. I don't know if they ran them down during the broadcast. Did they?
I don't think they did. Okay. I didn't see any vote totals. I just know that Smitty won it. I guess.
Is this a new nickname?
I didn't see any totals. Do what?
I have only recently heard him called Smitty. Did this just start?
No. Tua, when he was interviewed, when Bama won the title game, he said, when he was describing what he saw on the play, he said Smitty was open. So he's always, they call him the Slim Reaper, but a lot of people call him Smitty too, I think.
Yeah, I heard the Slim Reaper statement made tonight. I had never heard that before. And Smitty, our guy Stephen M. Smith of Touchdown Alabama called him Smitty a couple weeks ago, and he had never referred to him as that. And so I didn't know if that just started. Now, that's not a new nickname. Guys have been called Smitty for, I'm going to guess, hundreds of years. So I
call him Smitty quite a bit.
Okay.
I mean, I think from what my understanding, though, I think all the players call him that too. But for us fans, it's not like we're not used to it. I think I think all of the candidates, we had Lawrence, we had Trask. I think all of them have had excellent seasons, as far as performance. I mean, Florida went 9-3 or whatever it was. And they had 3 losses. Trevor Lawrence led Clemson to the playoffs. They lost to the Buckeyes. But outside of that, I mean, you can't put it all on those candidates. They've had excellent season, and it just so happened that everyone said, "Yeah, I would think it's DeVonta." But shout out to all those other players, though.
Well, sure. So those were the 4 that made it to, I want to say, New York. Obviously, they weren't physically there, but in a normal year would have been invited. So it was DeVonta, Mack, Trask, Lawrence. I got to think Najee Harris was 5th, and he had a remarkable year. I actually think the three. Now, anybody who doesn't root for Alabama may disagree with me, and I get it. And I just would have never thought in any other time I would have made this statement. But I actually think, I was a big Trask guy for most of the season, but then late I became a Devontae Smith guy, believing that he should win it. That I could make an argument that the three Alabama players should be 1, 2, and 3 in the voting.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not just Devontae. I mean, it's like you mentioned, Najee Harris, and of course we know Mac Jones. And what's crazy, my defense, when I was just looking at the list of candidates, seeing who was on there watching this, and I said, if there's any case for Mac Jones over Devontae Smith that we take a Bama guy, it's the fact that he gets it to really any receiver, not just Devontae Smith, but it just so happens, I mean, I don't know if you heard this, but last year, or maybe it was even this year actually, the receivers would do, I actually think it was with Tua last year, because they had Judy and Ruggs, but they would do rock, paper, scissors to see who was going to catch the ball or run a certain route. I guess Devontae Smith was good at rock, paper, scissors all this year.
Yeah, he's got that mastered.
Oh, yeah. But it's just, from a Bama fan's perspective this year, it's just, I really think that as far as the second team goes, this has got to be the most complete team. It's got to be one of the best teams, and they're just one game away from, having an undefeated season for the first time in 11 years. I mean, and that's hard to think about, isn't it? I mean, we talk about how, Alabama just wins and wins these titles, they never lose or whatever, and it's like, they're fixing to, if they can hold off Ohio State, which I think they're capable of doing so, if they win on Monday night next week, they'll be undefeated for the first time in 11 years and national champions.
Sure, because two of their great teams that people thought at the time were all-time great teams, as you well know, lost in the championship game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we had Clemson last year, and of course, I mean, you basically just referred to the past 2 years with 2018 Bama, and of course, last year's Clemson we were looking at, I think.
Well, I was looking at the 2016 and 2018 Alabama teams. When you were mentioning great Alabama teams and being undefeated, I was thinking of those teams were there and didn't complete the run at the end.
Yeah. So you were referring to really just Bama teams. I thought in general in college football.
Yeah.
But then again, like in college football, we've seen that happen quite a bit, I think. There's been a few years where a team was supposed to win it and they didn't, or they made it, and something just happened where, this mighty underdog just comes alongside and just creeps up on them,
Yeah.
But anyway, go ahead.
Absolutely. I was just going to name a few. 2005 USC. It was a foregone conclusion that they were going to win. In 2001 Miami. Those two teams come to mind in particular.
Now, I just thought of one. This wasn't national championship, but I mean, look back at 2009, Alabama and Florida in that title game with Tim Tebow. I mean, they were looking to go and get back to a national championship again, and all of a sudden, Bama just showed up in Atlanta, and they were fueled by losing to them in 2018. I mean, there's just, even Bama's been at that position before that there's just a team ahead of them. So, I mean, Bama's not always been the top dog, but I think at least for this year, man, they definitely are.
Yeah, Alabama's been so good for so long and dominant under Saban that it's hard to go back to a time when they weren't. And obviously Saban was just starting to build the dynasty, and he had yet to win a championship at Alabama. And Florida was the defending champ, plus an undefeated. Anytime a team's won a championship, a national championship, then the next season they're undefeated late in the season. So Florida was working on whatever it was, 20 consecutive wins, whatever it was, something in that range. But they were an undefeated defending national champion, they just start to seem invincible. And I think they were a pretty solid favorite against Alabama in that game. And then Alabama took it to them. What was the score of that game? Like 32-13?
32-13, that's right. And I remember seeing Bama players on the sideline. I think Mark Ingram and someone else, they did the gator chomp, and a player went and put one hand over the other and one underneath and like closed the mouth of the gators type of thing is what they did. I mean, and I saw, I think, I don't know if you were familiar with what came out last year, that Saturdays in the South on SEC Network, where there was a part of it, like the final episode, where they were just talking about this decade or whatever, and they brought up that game, and it was ultimately a changing of the guard, and Alabama was going to be the standard. I mean, that game meant everything, and Greg McElroy even said, like, hey, it was because of Tebow. It was personal. It was a quarterback thing, and it was, I mean, it meant a lot, and, I mean, it started the dynasty, I guess.
Yeah, and on top of that, of course, Tebow won the Heisman in 2007. Then the year before that, Florida won in 2006. So it looked like they were going to win a third national championship in 4 years. So, again, it's hard to go back in our minds because Alabama's been so good for so long to a time when they were a bit of an underdog. And actually, Florida was the dominant team for 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, anyway, I appreciate you taking my call, and congrats to Devontae. And Bama's looking for that, I guess. I don't even believe all the 18 title thing, but they're looking for another natty. Have a good one, Mark.
Thanks, Ballard. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
You know, that's something we're going to have to clear up during the off season here. We started to clean that up last off season in regards to the national championship. So it just sounds like, oh, I'm not going to guarantee it because if people don't watch it, then I'm going to stop doing the videos. But I love doing this probably more than anything else, except talking to all of you, is going through every season and clearing through all the weeds, all the crap, all the garbage, all the debris, and figuring out who really won the national championship, or who at least had a claim to win the national championship. So I produced videos last year. I looked at 1983, 84, 90, maybe 91, and 2000. But the year before, I believe during the offseason, I was going to go through every year. Because believe me, every year there's a dispute for the national championship. And now that we're in the playoff era, there's a dispute, of course, for who should be in the playoff. And I'm talking about reasonable arguments. I'm talking about legitimate resumes that are just as good as the teams that were afforded opportunity. And so we should rewrite college football history. We should determine, okay, that's a consensus national championship that year. No disputing that. There's very few of those, though. Very few. Now, we can't give other teams national championships, but you can at least give them a slice and say, this team earned a right to play for a national championship, and they were not given that right. They were not given that opportunity. 2003 Auburn. Was it 2003, 2004? 2004 Auburn. 2004 Auburn. I'm not going to award them a national championship because they didn't play in a game to win a national championship, but we're going to come up with some kind of categories to where we're going to say Auburn can claim that many national championships, and they can claim that this many times that they should have been afforded the opportunity to play for the national championship. And in 2004, Auburn, I still can't believe it's only been 16 years, because here we are 16 years later, and can you imagine an undefeated SEC champion not being given the opportunity to play for the national championship? So Auburn, they should raise a flag. I'd raise a banner in the stadium and say, we're the national champions for 2004. So yeah, we're going to do that. I've got so many projects I've started. Look at this little ditty I started this today. Pick 6 Do you know who they are? I follow them on Twitter. They follow me. Just a little nugget out there. I don't follow anyone that doesn't follow me. But anyway, they ran a graphic today of each conference's bowl record in the last 10 years.
The call will start at the beep.
And you know me, we got to put it into context. We can't just go by those are the records. There's a lot more to dive into beyond the records. So we've started. Mark Rogers TV, the voice of college football. Who's on the line?
Hi, Mark. It's Ben.
Hey, Ben. How are you?
Good. I'm doing good. So, I was just calling because I want to ask you a question about the Dan Mullen stuff that has recently kind of sprung up with the NFL. What do you think about that and the chances of him leaving? And then also, Brian Johnson reportedly was asked, is being interviewed or will be interviewed for the Boise State job, which today, walking to lunch at school, I was thinking that was going to happen. So what are your thoughts on that?
Okay, Dan Mullen. First about Dan Mullen would be, I'm not saying that Dan Mullen is not going to be a serious candidate for an NFL job. What I am saying is that I have heard the New York Jets most closely linked to Dan Mullen. My statement is that I can't imagine that any NFL team, the New York Jets even, would be interested in Dan Mullen. Have they not been paying attention to what's been going on for the last month? Like, if they interviewed Dan Mullen today, I have no doubt that he would perform well in an interview, and he's a good football coach. He's an extremely good football coach. But he has made so many tactical errors with his team and with the media and with the things that he has stated and the decisions he's made concerning COVID, concerning comments about losses, whether they be in the Cotton Bowl or be at Texas A&M. I'm forgetting something else I wanted to bring up. Of course, the fight against, Missouri and everything that he did there. And there was something else earlier in the season, at the beginning of the season, that I think Dan Mullen's a really good football coach, and he's done a nice job at Florida. But I can't imagine an NFL team would be looking at – this is not Dan Mullen's best moment right now. This is not his best time to shine. I'm surprised that he's connected to NFL jobs. There are plenty of NFL-ready candidates that would be on my list way ahead of Dan Mullen. And what was the second part of that?
So reportedly, Brian Johnson has been interviewed or has been, has requested an interview with Brian Johnson, or he will be interviewed. So what are your thoughts on him? Because I was walking to lunch today and I was talking to my friend and I said, I have this weird feeling that Brian Carson got, I don't know what it was, weird feeling that he was going to at least get an interview from Boise State or something even about Lewis. And I said, I don't have a weird feeling he's going to get a Boise State interview. And then it happens. And I just wanted to know what's your opinion on do you think that he's going to get the job? What is your opinion on that?
Well, I don't know off the top of my head who else they're looking at, but it would be a good job to get. I know that. Be an extremely good job for him to get. Are you satisfied with his performance? Brian Johnson?
Yes.
Sure.
Of course.
He's in prime position to get that job.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like Brian Johnson, and earlier on stuff, I'm not as worried about it now, but I look back and see, after Jason Garrett, I believe his name is, got fired from the Cowboys, his name sprung up in those conversations. And I believe it was last off season or the off season before that. So I just want to opinion on it, Mark. So that's about all. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Ben. Bye. Appreciate it. Jason Garrett going to Boise State. Mark Rogers TV, the voice of college football. More calls coming in. Good to see everyone on the line, and I will get to as many comments in the live chat and questions that are directed to me. Hey, you're on the line with Mark. How you doing?
Good. How about you? It's Reagan.
Hey, what's going on?
Not much at all. But I came here to ask you two questions.
Okay.
And I'm gonna start off with Najee Harris. A bunch of people, there could be a bunch of drama saying he should have at least been in the talk.
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, he was a great running back, and I agree with that. But what are your thoughts on just like where he should have been in the Heisman race?
Well, I do think that I'm sure there are people sitting at home watching the ceremony thinking that Kyle Trask does not belong there because of his last performance. So we need to separate the regular season from postseason play and understand that that was not taken into consideration, which is easier to do during a typical year because the Heisman Trophy is awarded the weekend after the conference championship games, and therefore we don't have our minds clouded by watching postseason performances. And so the last time we saw Kyle Trask out there, he was throwing 3 interceptions in the first quarter. I would need to sit here with the statistics in front of me, but for me, Trevor Lawrence should be eliminated from the serious conversation. There's a difference between being the best quarterback in college football and being the most worthy of being considered for an award. And to me, Trevor Lawrence missed the most important game of the season. And he also missed another game in which the backup, DJ Uiagalelei, had to lead an 18-point comeback to beat Boston College. And he also missed significant time in another game. So to me, he didn't play enough games. I would have had Najee Harris in the top 4 myself.
Yeah, I agree with that. And same thing with what you said about Trask. I mean, I am a Florida fan, but I do agree he maybe wasn't worthy, especially after the LSU game and the Oklahoma game. I agree he probably wasn't worthy of it. But he had a great start to the season, so he was a Heisman front runner. But on to my next question. It's about there's just a bunch of rumors. There's a bunch of coaches that like Gus Malzahn. There's a bunch of schools that could use a coach like him, and there's also a bunch of NFL teams that could use a coach. So do you think that he's going to end up just retiring and taking what he has, or do you think he'll go back?
Well, I don't think Gus Malzahn is going to retire. He's not that old, and I think he still has a desire to do what he's doing. I think it would have to be difficult to be at that level to coach one of the top 15 programs in the country and then have to take a step back. We see what Les Miles had to go to at Kansas after winning a national championship at LSU. There's only so many great jobs out there, though. No, I think Gus Malzahn is a guy that loves offensive football and loves to scheme it. And I didn't realize until we had Joe Hunk on just after Malzahn's firing, and he's an Alabama radio show host. I didn't get that Malzahn was that liked by the players and that good with people. He just doesn't come across that way to me. So I didn't realize the impact that he has on young men and that they truly enjoy playing for him. So he is, it sounds like he enjoys the game. There are some coaches out there that made it to where they are. And I think this is more of an old school thing. There are less that can survive like this, that are more about the X's and O's and more about just strategy than they are about people. And so there's not that allure to staying in the game and building relationships. But apparently Malzahn is not that guy. So he's an offensive guy that loves to build relationships with the players, and so I would think that he still has a lot of football left in him.
Yeah, I only have 2 questions, but I actually do have one more, and it's about what Nick Saban's daughter said, I guess. Do you believe that Ohio State's using COVID as kind of an excuse, kind of to get out of the national championship game against Bama?
To get out of it? I don't think anybody's going to get out of it. They may get it delayed.
Yeah, to get it delayed. Yeah.
Oh, I think that anytime something like this happens, for example, Florida State missed a game against Clemson, and you know, put certain guidelines in place that and used those as the reason why the game was canceled. Michigan did the same a number of times this season in other schools. And now here you have a national championship game. And the thinking would be that Ohio State had a tougher game than Alabama, that they had to exhaust more energy, and they're in need of more recovery time than Alabama. And I agree with that. I think that they exhausted more in their game against Clemson than Alabama did against Notre Dame. And then, of course, on top of that, their leader, their quarterback, took that shot in the ribs, and every day of rest is just going to be a day in which he's going to have a better recovery time. So I don't think you can go out there and say that. I think anybody who does that is irresponsible to just make it up and throw it out there. But it's possible, sure, that's a motivation.
Yeah, this year is just different. So I guess I should say last year, but that's all I have today. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate the call. Have a good night.
You too. Bye.
Got the Florida fans calling tonight. It's good to see. We're going to have some Florida talk on tomorrow night. Tomorrow's a action-packed day. Of course, Wednesday here at Mark Rogers TV, the voice of college football. We've got Ohio State Buckeyes live at 1 o'clock Eastern time. So bring as many college football fans as you possibly can. So here's the deal, folks. I heard another YouTuber. This video was actually sent to me by someone of another YouTuber that I don't even know their name, but they're a college football YouTuber who was basically telling people, this is how I need you to support us, is I need you to take our videos and send them out there on social media. And I say this from time to time, but I go through it so quickly, I don't think anybody really picks up on it. Maybe a few of you do. So I'm going to say it this way and take a little bit of time, and we'll stop for a second. That one of the huge ways you can contribute is to take a favorite video or a handful of videos or every video or whatever strikes you. If you're a Florida fan, that every time we post a Florida video, to take that video, go out there on Twitter, go on Facebook, go on any other social media platform and share that video and let people know, hey, there's some really great Florida content and Florida discussion on Mark Rogers TV, the voice of college football. Here you go. Because you guys are reaching people out there. You have contact with people that will never know that our channel exists without you. So I would ask that you share our videos on social media. That is one of the great contributions you can make. Mark Rogers TV, the voice of college football, who's on the line?
Hey, Mark, this is Jonathan from Cleveland.
Hey, Jonathan from Cleveland. I've been to Cleveland a few times, or a few hundred maybe.
I mean, they say you're an Ohio State man, so I figured you would be familiar with the area.
Probably a few hundred times. Yeah.
That's what I like to hear. Very nice. All right. What's the topic for today? We still talk about Ohio State, Alabama ball?
Oh, we talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. The only prerequisite is that it's about college football. Otherwise, we talk about what you want to. You produce the show. So when you guys call,
disrespect that these Alabama fans are putting out.
Okay.
Already, last time we played them in 14, they understood it's not a good idea to run your mouth. And already, I mean, this is basically day one as far as build-up is, as far as I'm concerned anyway. But this is day one, really. And you already got Saban's daughter out here talking crazy about us. What do you think about that?
Well, I said at the end of the previous call that that's irresponsible. How old is she? I got to guess she's got to be 35, 40 years old, right?
No, she's grown.
Yeah,
at least. I mean, like
sure.
He's in her 30s at least.
Okay, he's almost 70 years old himself, so she would have to be most likely in her 30s. Okay, that's just irresponsible. And this is unfortunately the day and age in which we live, is that people go out on social media and accuse people of doing things, and teams, and that they have no evidence of, no reason. Yeah, we can speculate all sorts of things. I said to the previous caller, sure, can I speculate that Ohio State would do something like this, just like any other team in the world could do all sorts of things to try to fake something, that they could think, okay, we're exhausted after the Clemson game, Justin Fields is hurt, he needs time to recover, we're going to push the date back. Is that possible? It's possible. What's that?
Excuse me for cutting you off, but is Alabama showing fear by doing that? I think they are. At the fan base, anyway.
Well, again, so my thought is that it's just irresponsible, and it's beyond irresponsible. It's negligent. It's libel. It's slander to accuse people of things with absolutely no evidence of that being the case. It's stupid.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's irresponsible
all right,
and
Mark,
stupid.
you have a good one, man. Thank you.
Thanks for the call, man.
Bye-bye.
Our guy Jonathan calling from Cleveland. Maybe that's kind of like the old radio shows. People would call in and they would identify where they're calling from, because we're on the internet. It's worldwide. That was always funny, that a radio show that would only have a sphere of about 30 miles that they would reach would be asking people to identify where they're calling from. And here we are going around the world. Of course, it's the internet. And it would be interesting for you guys to call in and say, hey, Ben, it's hey, Mark, it's Ben from Gainesville or wherever. Just a thought. MarkRogersTV, the voice of college football. Who's on the line?
What's up, Mark? This is Sean from Huntsville.
Hey, Sean. So you gave it to me there. Sean from Huntsville. All right.
Man, listen, let me say this. Usually I put my coaching cap on when I call. But I got my fan cap on tonight, man. Let me ruffle some feathers right quick, if you don't mind.
Oh, boy. That's why we're here.
Man, listen, hold on. To the last dude that called, man, you sound ridiculous. How is Alabama showing fear by wanting to play? Is you slow? Are you serious? Alabama has stuck to every protocol put in place. They told those kids not to go nowhere. Cool. Stay around teammates only. Cool. Let's get tested however much they get tested. Cool. And I got 2 young men on that team who I coach in high school right now. So stop it with the fear. How is it fear when we don't want to? Why? Because we don't want to wait another week to play? Man, get out of here with that. Alabama has done everything that the coaches, the CDC, these people have asked them to do. Stick to every protocol in place. They've done that. They did that. Now you're going to penalize them just because you guys got COVID? Nah, dog. Nah, we did what we were supposed to do. Let's play. Line it up. Let's play. Fear because we don't want to wait on you? Stop it. Stop it. We ain't Clemson, brother. We respect Ohio State. You're not going to hear Alabama players talking about number 11 and number 5. We want to play ball, bro. Trust me. I'm going to let you in a little secret. They wanted Ohio State from the beginning. Trust me on this. We respect Ohio State, bro. Got love for Ohio State. Kill the noise about fear because we don't want to wait. You sound slow. Play the game, man. It's time to ball out. Everybody got injuries. We don't got Landon. We don't got Trey Sanders. We don't got Jalen. You know what I mean? So let's stop this nonsense about fear because we don't want to wait on you to get right. No, brother. Play the game. You know what I'm saying? You guys, you Ohio State fans, I love y'all to death because y'all just up North Alabama fans, what it seems like. But you're going to meet a harsh reality come Saturday. You put all your eggs in the basket against Clemson, you played a great game. Everybody in Alabama respect that. You did what you're supposed to do. You call Clemson, you beat them up real good. Respect that. But you're going to run into something Saturday. I can promise you that. I can promise y'all that. You know what I'm saying? So enough with the let's postpone the game. Let's play the game that's supposed to be played. And let's get to it. You know what I mean? Mark, thank you for taking my call. And as always, brother, I'm going to continue to support.
Appreciate that so much, man.
Yes, sir.
Have a good night. Appreciate the support from everyone. And there's some, when we talk about trash talk, and we talk about this sometimes with the live chat, trash talk all you want. Please trash talk. I know you guys love it, and it's college football, and it's sports, and it's fun, and maybe it gets a little heated, and that's okay. And there were some comments the other night, and there was some cussing, and people were kicked out or their comments removed and everything else. Okay. Let's address the cussing for a second. I'm not going to be that over the top restrictive of cussing. The only thing I've noticed and mentioned to the chat a number of times is for months and months and months, I would get done with the live stream. And then the first thing I would see is a notice from YouTube that would say, because of certain violations, your ad revenue has been reduced or your ad revenue has been taken from this particular video. And I'm like, okay, why? I didn't say anything, obviously. My guest didn't say anything. Maybe there were comments in the live chat. And I have the same basic rules for anybody that comes on as a guest here. I don't care if you cuss. If there's a cuss word that flies once in a while, that makes no difference. I don't want people to come on here and like lace profanities for 10 minutes. I don't want that. But, you know, we're real here, and a few cuss words doesn't hurt anyone. I just don't want to hear like profanity spewed out forever. So, you know, if you let one fly there in the live chat, it's okay. Just, you know, refrain from some of the obvious buzzwords. So that's all I'm saying. I say that as a YouTuber who doesn't know exactly what their guidelines are. I know what the guidelines are, but it's a mystery in terms of how they're enforced. It's a mystery in terms of what they flag and what they don't flag. It's a mystery. So DB Shashi says Gus Malzahn is overrated. Anytime somebody says anyone's underrated or overrated, I'm wondering whom they're listening to determine overrated or underrated. But that being said, I would still, DB, tend to agree with you. I think people, if they really looked at Gus Malzahn's record at Auburn, would be a bit surprised, because I think most people think of Auburn as being a high-standing SEC team that goes to major bowl games or strong bowl games, not necessarily the New Year's Six, but you know, they're going to Citrus Bowls and Outback Bowls, and they're playing in decent games most seasons and going 9-3. That type of top 15. That's where I have Auburn classified. It's a top 15 program. But Gus Malzahn, ever since he went to the national championship game, which is a tremendous accomplishment coming off a team that was 0-8 in the SEC, he lost 4 or 5 games every year he was there. MarkRogersTV, the voice of college football. Who's on the line?
Oh, hey, Mark.
Hey.
It's Dominic.
Dominic. Oh, Dominic. How you doing tonight?
Not too bad. Everything's going well for me. How about you?
I am doing just fabulous.
I mean, I'm surprised that one of my Alabama players, what's his name? Devontae Smith?
Devontae Smith, I've heard of him.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he got the Heisman Trophy winner for 2020.
Who did you think was going to win it?
Oh, you know, I picked him to win it, and I was right.
So you picked Devontae Smith to win the Heisman. He won it, and you're surprised.
Yep, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So, I mean, basically, I mean, the Heisman Trophy, I mean, let's say that Trevor Lawrence played really well, but he ended up giving up a couple picks, and he lost, and him and his team lost at Ohio State, which didn't end up giving him the Heisman Trophy.
Okay, that had nothing to do with the Heisman Trophy. That game has nothing to do with the Heisman Trophy. That game is not considered in the evaluation for the Heisman Trophy. The ballots were already cast. The votes were already in. Postseason games do not count toward the Heisman Trophy. Hello?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay.
Yeah, I got to get better, but it is what it is, you know.
Well, we always appreciate the call, Dominic.
Yeah, I know.
Well, have a good night.
You too.
Somebody give Dominic like a little pat on the back and come back into the chat. Maybe I failed to do that. I don't know if my correction there was a little stern. I didn't think it was. Matthew's asking, Mark, have you done an all-decade team for 2010 to 2019? I did not do an all-decade team. I did my, oh my goodness, I did my top 10 quarterbacks for the decade. You won an all-decade team. Okay? We will get on that. I sometimes write things down and then it gets lost and I never get around to it. All-decade team. Would people watch that? An all-decade team. Yeah, I did my top 10 quarterbacks from 2010 through 19. And I did my top 10 running backs, I believe. I also never got around to, even though I made a list of, and I was going to talk about my top 25 games of the decade. I don't think I ever cut that video. All-decade team. Positions and games, if I get around to those. What I'm doing here, folks, is I'm in the process, at least, of going through every bowl game for the entire decade.
Press 1 to start the call or 2 to decline.
And
The call will
for
start
example, I have started in the SEC, and I've gone through every bowl game for the decade. And what I am going to calculate to put the bowl record into context. So I saw a tweet by Pick Six Previews, and whoever's on the line, give me just a second. I saw a tweet from Pick Six Previews, and they just listed each conference bowl record for the decade. And I like lists like that, but they have to be put into context. And so the context is, for me, I am putting together a list of, okay, the SEC, the SEC's record is this in bowl play, but what is their record against the Big Ten and the Big 12 and the ACC and the Pac-12 and the ACC? What is their record when they have a ranked team playing an unranked team or an unranked team playing a ranked team? What is their record in playing higher ranked teams or lower ranked teams? What's their point differential? All those things, which will put into context how well they've played and how tough the opponents have been. Who's playing the toughest opponents in bowl games? I guarantee it's the SEC and the Big Ten over the last decade. MarkRogersTV, the voice of college football. Who's on the line?
Hi, my name's Jackson. I do a thing on YouTube called the College Athletics Show.
Cool.
About the Heisman. I think Devontae Smith was the right pick, but can we all just appreciate for a moment Kyle Trask and the fact that he leads college football in offensive yards? That's from ESPN. I think he was really underrated this year. He really did a lot for Florida, and I think it's pretty impressive what he did. Unfortunately, the Heisman Trophy has become a little bit of a popularity contest, I think. But I think Devontae Smith was the right choice. I just wanted to say something about Kyle Trask there, and just keep it in context how good he actually is, because I feel like though he was kind of seen as the long shot, he's a pretty good, he's a pretty talented football player.
Absolutely. And he was my Heisman frontrunner for most of the season. I thought he was exceptional, and I thought he was playing the position better than anyone for most of the season.
Yeah.
Anything else on your mind?
Not really. Thanks for taking the call.
Absolutely. So yeah, we obviously had our top four. We would assume that Najee Harris finished 5th. I'll be looking forward to seeing the vote total. Lenny the Gump Summers, Mark, I know who you're talking. College football nerds, they are great. We had one of the gentlemen from College Football Nerds on twice. Did a great job, was phenomenal. That's the reason I had him on, to talk about maybe the playoff or whatever the topics were at that point in the season. I don't think this wasn't this past season. It was the Ohio State LSU Clemson 2019 season. Yeah, had them on. Cody is personal friends with Nick Saban and Jalen Waddle. Caught 69 passes today in practice and ran a 4.240. He was running the 40 in practice today. They were timing him. Okay. I wouldn't think that that would be something that they would do, but what do I know? Is there a video of Saban's daughter saying this, or is this in a tweet? There's my man from Huntsville. Yeah, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense that Alabama would be afraid. I don't see any way that that's reasonable. And I don't think that Alabama's afraid to play anyone. I can't imagine the last time Alabama was afraid to play anyone. I think that these two teams are just supremely confident and sure of themselves and prepared and ready to roll. I think we're going to see a great game. There's been many times we thought we were going to see a great game, and it turned out to be 49-17. I would say that because of Ohio State's inconsistency this year and their defensive secondary issues, and because of Justin Fields' injury, who knows what the status is there? We won't know. It's not going to be reported. It's not the NFL. That if somebody was going to say that this is going to be a 30-point blowout, I would be inclined to think that Alabama would be the team that would blow out Ohio State, and not Ohio State would blow out Alabama. It's not to say that it couldn't happen, because we thought the same thing. Most people thought the same thing going into the Clemson-Ohio State game, that if it was a blowout, then it would be Clemson. That would be dealing the blowout because they were the 7.5-point favorite. Justin Farmer, how do you feel about JT Daniels coming back? Interesting that you asked that, Justin Farmer. Hashtag Go Dogs. Just finished up a conversation before I came live here with Palmer Toms, our guy from Dogs 247 Sports. So that's another great thing about what we do here at MarkRogersTV, the voice of college football, is you get my analysis. Then we get your analysis on the call-in shows, of course. Then we also reach out to the best beat writers out there. A lot of folks come on here from 247 Sports and in the past Bleacher Report and SB Nation and Rivals. And so anyway, we had a nice conversation about Georgia football. A lot to talk about there. A lot of NFL draft early entries leaving Georgia as usual. A lot of guys have announced that they're coming back, including JT Daniels. A lot of guys have yet to announce. So we talked about all those happenings with Georgia football. I think that JT Daniels needs much more playing time. He is not ready to play in the NFL, and he made a wise decision in coming back to Athens to play for Georgia. It is going to be, I'm going to be intrigued. This coming season, 2020, I said in the summer, and this was before COVID, and we're going to miss a bunch of games, and who knows what's going to happen kind of thing. When we thought it would be a normal season, the two most intriguing teams to me going into last season was by far North Carolina. I said, North Carolina, they intrigue me. What can North Carolina do? And they pretty much came through. They had a couple bad losses against marginal teams. Virginia beat them, and who else beat them in the ACC? Of course, they lost to Notre Dame, but they lost a third game. Virginia, not Virginia Tech. Who else did they lose to? They lost to another marginal team. Another mystery kind of loss for them. If Luke Walker's in here, somebody look it up for us. Anyway, North Carolina lost those couple games. But other than that, they made a major bowl game, and they're going to finish in the top 15 in the nation. So they pretty much came through for me in what I predicted them to do, which was go 8-3. Oh, that's another thing I was going to do. Yes. I'm going to post a video where I'm going to compare my preseason predictions, which with the actual standings to see where you can say, hey, Mark, you nailed it there. No, you were way off, and you can laugh at me. I am working on that video. I got all sorts of things. Also, I am looking at a video in which I'm going to be posting. I have to post this video because I've done too much work on it. I have gone through each individual player on the two deep, Alabama, Ohio State, and dissected their recruiting rankings. Because we know that these two schools, these two programs are recruiting at the very top. But is there some room between them? Is one of them out recruiting the other? And this is going to mean nothing on Monday night, but it means a whole lot to getting these teams to arrive at this place. We know that the recruiting rankings are very accurate in predicting success. And this is a classic example of it right here. Alabama, Ohio State playing in the national championship game. But I just wanted to see if we could see some trends and some differentiation and call out some things and find some context in the numbers. So I put those together, and I'll post a video on Alabama and Ohio State here soon. I released a video not long ago. We had a nice conversation with Stephen M. Smith of Touchdown Alabama, talking about the Tide. And yes, JT Daniels coming back. He's got to come back. For him to have gone off to the NFL with only one, he had the one freshman season at USC. He had no offensive line. He had really good wide receiver weapons, but no offensive line. They only won 5 games. He gets hurt the second game of the season or the first game of the season as a sophomore. Then he comes back this season, barely plays the entire season until the end, gets about 4 games under his belt, something in that range, 10 touchdowns, 2 picks before the bowl game. So yeah, he's quarterbacked for less than a year and a half. He has less than a year and a half of starting experience in college football. He needs more reps. And it's a great thing for Georgia. Without really dissecting the rosters and looking at the personnel and the schedules, but just going off what I know and what the personnel losses are, I am placing Georgia back in control of the SEC Eastern Division in 2021. Again, don't jump on me. That's not a prediction. Don't hold me to it. I make my predictions in August, but as it stands right now, I'm thinking Georgia will be the team to beat in 2021. Travis from Sooner Nation here. Oklahoma will be a big contender here coming up in 2021. Oh, somebody's making fun of me about Kentucky. I think it's SEC Dog. I saw that, SEC Dog. Oh, man. When I'm scrolling through this and posting comments and then somebody makes a new comment, it always jumps and I lose my place. Troy V, Buckeyes, 52-38. So, want to remind everyone that this channel, this particular call-in show, but the entire channel will succeed and continue based on your individual contributions and also sponsorships and other revenue streams. So we are looking for sponsors, and I hope I'm making some headway out there, but certainly if you have an idea, if you have a legitimate idea, meaning you have contact with someone because maybe you own a business or you know someone who owns a business that would benefit from sponsoring the Voice of College Football, please let me know. If you've got legitimate contact information and can really hook me up in a place where maybe you're not making the sale, but you put me in a conversation with somebody and put me in contact with a legitimate sponsor opportunity, would love that. We need to have this show sponsored. The show should be sponsored. I have watched way too many YouTubers out there that talk about how many viewers and views that you need and subscribers to be legitimized and to put yourself in a position to be monetized, and we're there. We have plenty of views and subscribers to be getting a sponsor. Yes, I would think that we would be hearing something soon about Ohio State's possible COVID issues. I saw a super chat contribution, and typically I wait until I can weed through the comments to get to it, but I sometimes make that mistake and I never get to it, so I can't do that now. So we're going to catch up with this one from our guy. There we go. SPH Huntsville. Appreciate that super chat contribution, man. Ohio State has received all the pats on the back and the attaboys, rightfully so. Per the players' tweets, all Bama has heard is how bad the D is Monday. Oh, gotcha. Hashtag Monday. I read that wrong. Take two. SPH Huntsville with the super chat. Thank you so much. Ohio State has received all the pats on the back and the attaboys, rightfully so. Per the players' tweets, all Bama has heard is how bad the D is against Ole Miss and against Florida. Other than that, they cleaned it up against the next week after the game in Oxford against Ole Miss and played great defense after that until Florida. Florida, when you think about their lack of a running game, they pretty much gave up on running the football. I don't know that I've seen a team. Washington State would be, and Texas Tech back in the day when Mike Leach was there. They would be the only example of a team that just basically lets everyone know we don't run the ball. We're going to run the ball like 6 times, and we're going to throw it about 65. And that's not much of an exaggeration. Washington State, under Mike Leach, threw the ball more than any team in the country every year he was there. Texas Tech, I believe, did the same thing when Mike Leach was there. And they were successful. Not elite successful, but successful compared to what Washington State and Texas Tech typically are. But I take them out of the conversation because of the leagues they played in. And especially at that time, the Big 12 was playing next to no defense. For a team to play in the SEC and basically say, we're abandoning the run and we're going to be one-dimensional and we're still going to have what should be the best offense in the league, but Alabama's so ridiculously good. Alabama's the best offense in college football. That Florida would have the best offense in any other league, pretty much. That they could be that successful against the defense as talented as Alabama, even without a running game. I can't think of a team that's done that in that good of a league. So Bama's defensive performance, yes, against Florida, I thought was going to be better. I did not think that they were going to give up 46 points in that game. I thought that game was going to be more in the 45-30 range. That Bama was going to win by 2 touchdowns or so and hold Florida in the 30 range. Because, again, that they would be able to put the heat on Trask and cover up the receivers enough with no threat of a running game. Just me, Tim79, talking about Ohio State's defensive line, which is stout. King Zacco, did I get that right? Fun fact. Let me get the fun fact on here while we take this call. This fun fact is basically that Florida as a team rushed for 1,500 yards. Georgia as a team rushed for 1,700 yards. You know, I would only believe that because I know Georgia rushed for basically 2 yards against Mississippi State, and they only rushed for about 45 against Cincinnati. So maybe I can't believe that. It's alarming that Georgia was not dominant running the ball this year. MarkRogersTV, the voice of college football, who's on the line?
I was wondering if you were going to take that tree down. You mentioned you might be getting it down this week. But,
I believe I said on the 3rd or the 4th or the 5th or whatever it was. I think we're going to push to the 6th now.
Yeah, I'm just giving you a hard time.
Oh, I know, Dave. Go to it.
Well, I wanted to give a call, and I just have to say, just a quick comment here. And I do a little bit of social media. I know you do a lot of social media. But sometimes it's best that folks stay off of social media. I don't know if you heard about these comments online, on Twitter, by Mr. Saban's daughter here.
I have.
I just think that, all things being equal, I think it's best for everybody to kind of, not throw out bulletin board material. You would think that everybody involved has kind of learned that, over the years, that it's not always the best thing in the world. And I say that to everybody, to be honest with you. I'm not saying that for people on the Ohio State side or people on the Alabama side, because oftentimes that doesn't turn out for the best. Wouldn't you agree, Mark?
I think that even if it has absolutely no impact, that it's just not a classy, respectful thing to do. I'm an old school guy when it comes to that. I do like players that run and dance in the end zone and the choreography of that. And I know I'm taking this off into another place, meaning that I'm not so super uptight that I mind some little bit of taunting and trash talking and that sort of thing in the sports arena, because that's fine. But I just think that basically you're making accusatory statements where you have no. Are you spinning a tale that's possible that could be that there could be truth to it? Sure, but I could spin all sorts of slander about people that there's a thread of possibility that it could be true. That doesn't mean that's the right thing to do. It's just ridiculous.
Everybody knows this has been the craziest year in the history of crazy years, and we're not just talking about college football. And obviously, the craziness of this year has affected everything in people's lives. I think all of that is pretty much common knowledge by now. And, you know, it seems like you have a lot of people that are talking like 2020 is just the same run-of-the-mill season as 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, and nothing really changed over the past year. And there was a reason that the college season was postponed in the first place. Again, there's a reason that coaches are wearing face diapers every game. I mean, there are things that are at work here. I want everybody to play. I hope nobody gets the coronavirus, and I hope everybody gets a chance to play. And I put that into the chat last night, and I hope both teams are at full strength. I think that would make for the best possible college football game and the best game possible. I think that's fair. What do you say, Mark?
Well, yeah, if I heard that Alabama was missing 4 starters because of whatever reason, I wouldn't want that. I want everyone to be healthy and play football. Sure.
Yeah, I just think that, you know, I think a lot of this, to a degree, is noise, though, too, Mark. But one thing I do have to say, as this college football playoff was put out, you know, especially with the way the season was structured to begin with, are you a little bit surprised? I don't know if you said this at the time, that the championship game was set up this way only, let's say, like a week or so after the semis?
Did I say that? For what reason?
Well, did you think that, I mean, because obviously the semis were only, you know, 12 days apart from the championship games, which usually we have a little bit wider gap than that.
Sure.
And from what I remember, we usually have a little bit wider gap between the semis and the championship game, if I'm not mistaken, as well.
No.
Or is it usually a week right after, or is it usually 8 days right after?
It depends on. So we've been playing a Monday championship for how many years? It was Friday for a number of years. Then it went to Monday. Maybe during the entire playoff era, it's been Monday. Yeah, it probably has been.
I think it has.
Okay.
I thought there was a few years where actually, like the first year of the playoff when Ohio State played Oregon, I thought that they did the championship game in almost mid-January, if I'm not mistaken.
No.
That wasn't that late?
No, I'm guessing it was earlier. But it's. Okay. I know for the last several years it's been the 11th or 12th, almost like clockwork.
Okay.
And
yeah, I had. Go ahead.
Well, when you first made that statement, I was thinking that you were thinking that the semifinals were played earlier. That was your point.
Well, no, I know that the semifinals have always been like the 31st. Well, I think last year was the 28th, which I think is like the earliest that they've been, from what I remember the semifinals being. I know the first year the semifinals were on January 1st. So, yeah, I mean, so it's not that unusual to have the semis on January 1st, I guess. The only thing that was unusual is usually the gap between the championship games and the semifinal games is a little bit further out. Obviously, I think this year everything was pushed up.
Yeah, all you would have to do is Google that. You could find the dates of every championship game, but I believe that they've all been between the 10th and the 13th.
Right. I just thought maybe in this season, originally they would have pushed it back just for the simple fact of the type of season that we were having here. I just a thought. Maybe they just wanted to, maybe this is typically where they've always had the championship game, but yeah, I'd have to take a look back. I was just speculating. One thing I did have to say, though, too, Mark, I just want to say, as far as this game goes, just another kind of analysis as far as this game is concerned. By the way, Devontae Smith, much deserved of the Heisman. I think he should have won the award. Well deserved. I think he was the best player. I don't think there's any doubt about that, right?
Right.
Right. I just wonder. I'm interested to see how this Jalen Waddle situation works out. From what you're hearing with the Alabama people, are they saying that he's going to be a full go, or they won't know until later in the week?
We had our Alabama guy on today, and he said that Nick Saban has said that he's leaving it up to Jalen Waddle. The doctors have cleared him to play.
Because the one thing I will say is, and I put this in the chat last night, I wonder how effective he'll be or how many snaps he's going to get just having missed as much of the season so far as he has. Now, I'm not saying he couldn't still be a factor. I think his presence out there can help them, no doubt, just his presence. But that being said, I just wonder how much snaps and how many targets he's going to see after missing so much of the season.
I don't think. Well, what week did they play Tennessee? He hasn't missed that. He's missed about half the season.
I thought it was at least over about a month of the season.
Yeah, about half the season.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's the only thing that I'm going to be curious about going into the game. There's no doubt. I can't deny it. The effect that's a really good weapon to have back on their offense. I mean, that being said, Mark, I still know that we're going to have to score a fair amount of points to win this game. As I said to you with the Clemson game, I thought that we were going to have to score in the mid to upper 30s. I think this is the game we're probably going to have to at least score north of 40 to win. Bottom line. Is there a feel that you have on like a point total, by the way?
Well, you asked me right after the playoff games, and I think I made the comment that I'm not a big over-under guy. I don't think I've ever bet an over-under in my life. And I think I had it around 70, and it turned out to be what? It's about 76, correct?
Yeah, I think you had said somewhere in the mid 70s.
Yeah, I think it's going to be like a. See, this is where most of us fall into conventional thinking. And what I'm leading to there is look at the Ohio State-Clemson game. How many people had the foresight to think that Ohio State's going to win that game by 3 touchdowns and be leading at halftime by 3 touchdowns?
Sure.
I think most people that are football fans, unless they're rabid Ohio State fans or rabid Alabama fans that aren't thinking, they're just rooting and spewing out their rooting interest, think that it's going to be a close game and it's going to be high scoring. So that's what I'm thinking as well. So I'm not going to tell you anything different. I'm not going to give you, at least at this point, unless I really think of something and something really hits me that's an epiphany that's off the beaten trail, that's not going to lead right toward what Vegas is telling us, and that it's going to be a reasonably close game, although Alabama is a substantial favorite, and that it's going to be what is Vegas saying, 76? So that's what a 45-30, that's a little high, 42-35 game, something like that.
Yeah, that's about right, and which is the exact score the last time they played.
Yep.
Yeah, I would say that they're probably, I could see them maybe winning like a 38-35, but to me, I think they're going to have to be at least 41, maybe 42 points, somewhere in that neighborhood. And I still have a lot of confidence because of the way this offensive line is playing and Justin Fields is playing. I feel that we can be a balanced offense and move the ball. And the one thing defensively I think we can do a really good job of is I believe our front seven can contain Najee Harris in the run game. I'm not as convinced about containing their passing game, but I do feel with our front seven we can contain their running game.
Define contain.
I would say that we could probably hold them to less than 100 total yards in rushing.
That would be an accomplishment.
Now, maybe like 95, but I think we could keep Harris to definitely 100 yards rushing. Definitely under 100 yards rushing,
Okay.
in my opinion. I believe our linebackers, our defensive tackles can contain the run. I'm not saying we can contain the pass because I know how good Smith is. I know how good their receivers are, especially if they get back Waddle. The only thing that could help us against their passing game is if we can get a good pass rush. Because the one thing about it is Jones is really good in the pocket, but he is not super mobile. He
Nope.
is more of a statue back there, Mark.
He sure is. Yeah,
So,
I think I'll make the same comment that I made, and it's pretty standard, football 101 against that kind of a passing team. That seems to be more prominent in the discussion than it was even 5-10 years ago, when people talked about rushing the quarterback, getting pressure, getting hurries. It was, what are you going to get out of your defensive ends? But I made the statement against Clemson that Garrett and Togiai would be huge in pushing the pocket into Lawrence's face and not allowing him to step up and throw, and also not allowing those running lanes to open that opened for him to scramble and break contain a few times last year. So I think that's going to be big.
I agree. I think it's going to be interesting to see how both teams' tackles hold up in pass protection in this game. I know Leatherwood, their one tackle, is a really good player, but Tyree Smith and Jonathan Cooper have been playing their best football as of late. So that's going to be interesting to watch too. So, I mean, listen, I know they're going to move the ball. I know they're going to score points. That's what I was saying earlier. We're going to have to score. But again, I got a lot of confidence in this offense. I have a lot of confidence in Coach Day. I think we're just going to have a great game on Monday night. I just hope for a great one.
Sounds good, Dave. Yep.
Last thing, real quick, Mark.
Sure.
I saw you on Days today. I saw him throw out the Luke Fickell name. Can I ask one question?
Yeah.
Has he thrown out the Matt Campbell name yet?
I think he has. He threw out Fickle, and I had a few comments to make, and then he kept going and moved it on to something else, so I didn't respond to what he had to say about Fickle. I believe he's brought up Matt Campbell.
Because to me, Campbell's the hire. What he's accomplished at Iowa State this year, the fact that he's beating rosters like Oregon and Texas that have more talent than his team, and with lesser talent, I told you, a major program will back up the Brinks truck eventually for that guy, because they're going to say if he can win games there, imagine in a different situation, with more resources at his disposal, what he can do.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with Matt Campbell, and I'll be partially answering the question that's on the screen because Michael Patterson left a comment concerning USC going after Matt Campbell, and I think that would be a tremendous hire because there's a number of things we're seeing out of Matt Campbell. Number one is that he's taken over a program that typically is going to give you 3-9, 4-8 every year, and he immediately lifted it up to a respectable standard of getting to bowl games, going 8-4, 7-5. Without the recruiting, he improved the recruiting, but not considerably to the level of a typical 8-4 kind of program. So from what I can observe and gather from why he's so good, it's many things, but it's attention to detail, and these great coaches. Nick Saban is at the top of the list when it comes to attention to detail. Urban Meyer was certainly that guy too, and he's that guy, Matt Campbell. And now I've made the comment that after he lifted them to a 7-8 win total, and they kind of stayed there for a couple of years, that it would be interesting to see if he could do even more. And even though they finished 9-3 this year, but there were 2 games, 2 games that weren't. I guess they only missed 1 game. I think they played an 11-game season, so they only missed 1 game. But regardless, they would have been 10-3. that he did prove to me at least that he could push it even further and be basically, even though they didn't technically win the conference, they had the ball in their possession to win the game in the Big 12 championship, and they won a major bowl game. So they've kind of gotten to that point. They've gotten to a, I'm not saying from a big picture program standard, but this particular team pretty much got to a Penn State, Michigan of a few years ago level. They got to a 10-3, win a major bowl game level, 7th or 8th in the country. They'll be in the final rankings. So he was able to get. So if you put him in Southern California with USC, or the job that you just mentioned in Michigan, and he's able to pull in the recruits to match his process and his program, I would think he could win big. That's why I don't get Sarkisian at USC, and I don't know if Matt Campbell would have stayed in the same conference, but I don't get Sarkisian at Texas, I should say.
Yeah, I never did either, Mark. I think it's just because they feel that he's done such a good job of calling plays. And, he did do a decent job at Washington, but yeah, I still think that the jury's still out, and I think that was a reach, as I told you, on their part. But I think there's something in their athletic department where them and Tom Herman must have not seen eye to eye. That might have been more about them wanting to part ways with Tom Herman than anything else. So,
I guess, but I just think that you either put out a major coaching search, or, man, they must have really not liked Tom Herman, because I was thinking that they were going to ride with him in 2021 and make him really prove himself. Or then you say, hey, you didn't meet our 11-win expectation or whatever it was, and then you but to just hire somebody, if that's the case, unless they're that impressed with him. And again, it's got to be all based on ties to Nick Saban, Alabama offense, and interviewing well, and nothing to do with what he failed to accomplish at USC and Washington.
Right. Well, they may see him as like a lane, or as Lincoln Riley Part 2 there. I mean, We'll see, but time will tell.
Yeah.
All right, my friend. As always, a pleasure, Mark.
Thanks a lot, Dave. Have a good night.
Take care. Bye-bye.
All right. What else do we have here in the chat? Michael with another comment here about the Pac-12. Michael must be a USC fan. Pac-12 under Larry Scott plays Friday night games to satisfy TV broadcast. I think that's supposed to be partners. Do not believe that the other Power 5 conferences are asked to play schedules like the Pac-12. Yeah, the Pac-12 certainly plays the most unique schedule in a couple different ways. So you're bringing to the forefront Thursday and Friday games. The other conferences have played Thursday and Friday games. The SEC, when is the SEC? Except for opening weekend. Opening weekend, they'll play a couple of Thursday games. The South Carolinas and the Vanderbilts have played Thursday games. There was a Texas A&M South Carolina game to open the SEC network in 2014 on a Thursday night. But generally, the SEC then is completely out of the mix for any Thursday or Friday games. I cannot think of any. Maybe there was one or two every so often. I'm trying to think who would be playing from the SEC. The Big Ten was very traditional in staying away from Thursday and Friday football until about the last 3 or 4 years. They've opened up Thursday and Fridays. But the Pac-12 was the first one to do that. And now this season has shown us a lot in what the Pac-12 is willing to do to gain attention. To schedule noon Eastern time games, not one, not two. They kept doing it. They did it about the last 4 weeks of the season to continue to schedule noon Eastern time games and have their teams kick off at 9 in the morning on the West Coast, local time, 9 in the morning, and have those those players get up at 4:30 in the morning to get ready to play football at 9 in the morning. Shows that the Pac-12 is doing what it needs to do, is whatever to get exposure, to get attention, to try to make up some ground. All right, folks, appreciate everybody on the line. We've been on here, about an hour and a half, something in that range. Thank you so much for joining us. We just released some Alabama coverage. We'll talk Ohio State tomorrow, along with Georgia and Florida State and a number of SEC teams tomorrow night. So we'll be live a lot tomorrow, 1 o'clock Eastern time with our Ohio State boys, Tony Gerdeman and Steve Hillwagon, Kevin Noon, to talk Ohio State football for a full hour right here, 1 o'clock Eastern time. And then at 6 o'clock Eastern time, we're talking Florida State. Yes, we talk Florida State football. Yes, they still have a football program. They're in Tallahassee, and we will continue to cover it. Our Duke Blue Devils live show premieres next. No, it doesn't. Florida State Live, though, is Wednesday night at 6. And then at 8 o'clock tomorrow night, I will have a run of SEC guests coming on to break down the conference, of course, and then I'll take your phone calls. Mark Rogers TV continues because of your individual contributions, whether they be here through the Super Chat or you can contribute on a Venmo, PayPal, or Cash App. And again, sponsorships are welcome. So please help us find a sponsor. We need a sponsor for the Ohio State show, for the Florida State show, for the Miami show, for the Nebraska show, and any shows that don't receive a sponsorship. I'm going to have to weigh the time versus expense versus revenue deal, and I don't want to eliminate shows. But that's what we may do. And would like to get, a sponsor for the call-in show here, that we're here on a nightly basis. I know when I need to get off the air is when there's just been too much going on and I start saying weekly instead of nightly and nightly instead of weekly. So, yes. And again, one more time, share these videos on social media. That would be so incredibly helpful. Let's say you're on Twitter and you've got 75 followers. I can almost guarantee that none of them have any idea who I am, who we are, what we're doing here talking college football every day. I can just about guarantee that. They have no idea. So when you share our videos, whether you're a Michigan fan and just want to share Michigan videos, or you're just a college football fan and say, hey, this one was good or that one was good or whatever you're into in particular with college football, or your incentive is just to help build the channel, then share all the videos. I would ask that you would go out there and share videos on social media. Again, there was a YouTube channel, and somebody pointed out that it might have been the college football nerd guys that had a similar plea on their channel to share videos. That's one of the more important things that you can do. Mark Rogers TV, the voice of college football. Who's on the line?
Hey, Mike.
Hey, Mike. What's up?
And it's people like you and Uncle Lou and the Michigan podcast that make my day. So I just want to say thank you for what you do and keep doing it.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate that. Got a little cut off there, but I think your message came through. Thank you for calling. Appreciate that. Is there anything on your mind?
Go Bucks. I'm hoping we do well.
Yeah, it should be a good one. That's what I'm expecting.
Hopefully, Trey Sermon shows up and Fields isn't hurt.
Yeah. Boy, that was a shot he took. That was a shot.
Like a sledgehammer to the hips.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm hoping that he just didn't make it through on sheer adrenaline and that it's more serious than they're letting on, which of course they're not going to let on that it is serious. They're not going to let us know anything, so we'll see.
Hey, I do have a question for you. At what point do you think they renegotiate a contract with Ryan Day? Because if you look at how much he's getting paid, he's not really making anything.
What is he getting paid? We had this conversation just a night or two ago.
You'd have to double check because I might be wrong, but I think it's in the ball. He's making under $1 million a year, if I'm not mistaken.
What?
He only got paid like $100,000 bonus for the Big Ten championship win. His contract isn't that big.
Okay. People in the live chat, when I asked that a couple nights ago, I said, why doesn't somebody Google that? And I was getting figures back at $4.5 to $5 million.
That might be after all the incentives. But I remember my father, he went to Ohio State back when Herbstreit was quarterback.
Yeah.
And I remember he called me and he was pretty heated when he was saying Ryan Day's not making anything compared to a lot of the other. Now, granted, he doesn't really have a coaching history. But after this year, if he's not making a lot, do you think they'd renegotiate and pay him more, or do you think they'd just let it ride?
Oh, I think that they will renegotiate a contract. If what you're saying is true, I would bet money that they will renegotiate a contract after this game, regardless win or lose.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is, I don't know what website this is, but when you Google something and it just shows you kind of a generic statement, I don't know where that comes from. It says Day's salary was $4.5 million in 2019, and he's set to earn $5.4 million in 2020, followed by 6.5 and then 7.6 in 2022.
Well, maybe my sources suck.
Okay, that's according to the Lantern, which I've heard of them. I don't know how credible they are, but yeah. So he's doing fairly well.
I'll get off the line, but a big shout out to Uncle Lou, big shout out to Michigan Podcast. For people like me, they make the day go by. Freak move.
Awesome. All right. Thanks for the call.
Mark.
Appreciate it. Okay. Yeah, that being the case about Ryan Day's contract, I will rescind my comment about them renegotiating. I think he's in a place where, look at that contract, he's receiving raises of roughly $1 million or close to it per year. So he's in that ballpark. Mark Rogers TV, the voice of college football. Who's on the line?
This is ELS 20501.
Hey, what's going on tonight?
Yeah, I have a question regarding the Wisconsin Badgers heading to next year.
Sure.
What are we thinking? What are we thinking about 2021 for Wisconsin? Is it going to be better, or are we going to get the back into a higher seed or lower?
Well, I don't think Wisconsin was as bad as their record this year. They only played 7 football games. They won a bowl game to finish 4-3. They lost 2 extremely close games out of the 3 to Northwestern, and the Iowa game was the one game in which they got beaten up pretty badly. But the other 2 losses were extremely close. I don't think there's anything wrong with Wisconsin football. I think it's in the same place as it's been. Paul Chryst knows what he's doing, is an excellent football coach. Graham Mertz, sure, he's not quite the guy that many people thought he was after the first game of the season when he threw 5 touchdowns against Illinois, but he's a super talent, and Wisconsin football is in a good place.
Yeah, because I'm thinking where we need to work the best on probably is the QB, because I don't. The Graham Hurts, he's not at that best development.
No, he had some issues this year. He really did. Now, I got to think that the lack of reps and missing games didn't help, because they missed games immediately after that first game against Illinois. They started missing games.
Yeah, like that. If I look at all the games I've seen this year, that was the best team he had. Beyond that, it's just a little iffy.
Well, again, they played 3 teams that were comparable to them in Indiana, Northwestern, and Iowa that they lost to. The bowl game was impressive. They came back from 14-0 down. They had a top-notch defense. As you know, because of injuries and COVID as well, depleted their wide receiver core significantly. So that was tough to deal with.
Yeah, that's all I have to add.
Yeah, I think your team is going to be back to 9-3, 10-2 next year.
Yeah. All right, that's all I had to add.
Yeah, appreciate the call.
And I am a new subscriber to your channel.
Cool.
Just get introduced to your content. So, what I'm seeing from this live stream, just watching it, you did great content. Great job.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Have a great
All right, thanks.
have a great night. All right, it's good to hear that we've got new subscribers coming in every day, about 1,000 a month. We would like to do better than that, of course, to grow the channel even more. Luke is asking who supports Power 6. I would think that 6th conference would be the American. And I would have to set up a criteria for the American Conference to prove its worth against the Power 5 over a shorter period of time, but enough time to be able to properly evaluate how well they would stack up. We don't want to get into a situation where we were 15 years ago when the Big East was given an automatic BCS bowl berth and the conference did not deserve it or earn it. It just didn't. I ran the numbers in the Big East against the other 4 conferences, and even though they were mostly playing the bottom of the Big Ten and the ACC and the SEC and the Pac-12 and the Big 12, they still had a deplorable record. The Connecticut's and Rutgers of the world should have not been receiving, in Cincinnati receiving automatic BCS berths. So we don't want to go there with the American Conference if that conference is not going to be up to it. And if the conference had 2 schools, 2 teams that were in a top 15 range consistently to add to that conference, if we would take the American Conference and we plucked not even top 15, if we plucked Louisville and West Virginia and stuck them in the American Conference to help build up the conference a little bit, I'd feel better about adding the American Conference as a Power 6. How many teams are in the American Conference? 12, correct? Or is it 14? All right, everyone. Good times. Thanks again for joining us tonight. We'll be back tomorrow at 1 o'clock Eastern Time. Ohio State Buckeyes Live, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Let people know that we're here. 6 p.m. Florida State, 8 o'clock SEC Live tomorrow night. See you then.